所以练习の。
We will not force you to talk about anything. If you're comfortable to write in chat, you can do that as well. Basically, you should communicate with your team, and that's the most important thing. It's very hard to do the challenge if you can't communicate with your team members.
I guess we already have some participants. Please, participants, you can check in the chat. If you are participants of the NASA Space Up Challenge, we recommend you to join, to click on the link we send in the chat. So if you are participants of NASA Space Up Challenge, just click on the link we send in the chat. Thank you.
Meanwhile, while we're waiting, I can tell you a funny story about what's happening in like every Zoom call. Um, when we're setting a meeting, for example, let's say 10, like today, I don't know why it's magically people are joining always right on time. It's like nothing happening for, let's say, 10 to 5 minutes before the meeting. Some people are joining to check if everything technically works. And then right on point, everyone joins right away. I don't know why humans do that, but that's typically. Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning, Professor Dirk. It's a big pleasure to have you at the NASA Space Up Challenge. Thank you very much for being there. So,
Hello.
Good morning.
good morning. So
Hello, Frank.
Hello.
It worked. I'm in.
Thank you very much for being there. Someone is participating to the NASA Space App Challenge and does not yet have a team, so he can just click on the link we sent in the main chat.
Frank, seems like you shared the YouTube link.
Yeah, that is the link for the screen. I try to share.
But pay attention to the YouTube link as well. You can share it with your friends, with family, so people who are even not participating on the hackathon itself can still join and watch the scientific talks, the roundtables, listen to some interesting topics that's presented through the day. And yeah, it's basically everyone can just take a look via YouTube. It's easy to use, and I hope they can enjoy, and also kind of feel the energy that you bring to this event.
Yeah, you can see there are already so many people watching on the live stream on YouTube. So let's just wait some few minutes, just in case some people have connection problem and prefer to be here and not on the live stream, and then we start, please. So, Konstantin, when you think we can start, then we can start.
Yeah. We start in 1 minute. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I would say we start with the 10th NASA Space Apps Challenge. And welcome to all guests, participants, and to our organizers. And let's start with some basic things before I give the word to Frank. And for all participants who are joining right now who haven't formed a group yet, please click on the link, join the WhatsApp group. They will become some support to forming a group and to start the event. Also to all viewer on YouTube, like and share. And we will start with the Space App Challenge. Frank, please go ahead.
Yeah, so thank you very much. Thank you very much for being there. It's a very big pleasure of mine. So I'm so happy that we are all there today. Thank you very much to Professor Hombach, that you will definitely know very soon. Thank you very much to Professor Dirk. Thank you very much to Oliver Bleisinger. Thank you very much to all of you. Thank you very much to my team. I hope this moment will be a fun for us. It's the first time that it happens here in the region Highland Falls, and for sure here in Kaiserslautern. So I hope we will use this period of time to get much more inspired. I will not take much time, and I will allow my team organizers, the guys with whom we have been working for like 6 months crazy to organize this event, to present themselves. Thank you very much. We can start maybe with Konstantin, and yeah.
Hello, I'm Konstantin. I'm studying mechanical engineering at the TU Kaiserslautern, and I'm helping with organizing this event here. And I will guide you as a moderator through the event for the next days. Yeah, it's pleasant to be here.
Thank you very much, Konstantin. Sija?
Computer science at Technical University at Kaiserslautern. And it's my pleasure to be a part of this team. We had lots of fun, but I think the fun remains for these coming 2 days, today and tomorrow. And I hope we'll be able to provide all the help to the participants, whatever you need in terms of technical support or any other things that you want to discuss privately. Please let us know at any time. And with that, I hope we will have a good time together.
Thank you very much, Sijan. So we also have Alex, who is there.
Morning, everyone. I am Alex Chabot, studying civil engineering at the Technical University of Berlin. I am one of the organizing team members, and I will be mentor for the 2 days hackathon. It's a pleasure here, and I hope I'll be able to guide you guys, answer all your questions. Feel free to come to us. Don't hesitate. And I am very excited to see the outcomes of these 2 days. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alex. We can continue with Laura, Dr. Laura Miharciano.
Hello, thank you very much. I'm Laura Miharciano, and I just graduated in physics at the University of Kaiserslautern. It was a great pleasure to organize this event with this amazing team, and I look forward to see all the results, and I'm very curious about the ideas which our teams will generate.
Thank you very much. Then we also have Vedant.
Hello everyone. First of all, welcome to all, and I'm Vedant and currently studying computer science at Technical University of Kaiserslautern. And let's hope that we all have fun in these 2 days, and all the best for the event.
Yeah, then we have Jeriel. Jeriel is actually a young guy. He's just like 18 years old and already doing amazing. thing. So he's also part of our team. So Chair here.
Hi guys, my name is Jewel Biedu. I am informatics student at the University of Kaiserslautern, and I am a part of technical support. Welcome to all.
Yeah, so so we have Wei from China, Yang Wei. So so Wei was just helping in the background. So Wei, you can just present yourself. Thank you.
Hi everyone. I was busy with something else, so I missed the date. Sorry. I'm come from China. I'm currently studying master in Kaiserslautern. So in this event, I will be charging mentoring and organization stuff. So feel free to contact us if you have problems and questions. We will help you as much as we can. So thank you, Frank.
Thank you very much, Wei. So that's actually our small team organizers. There are still some other people who are obviously not there because of busy schedule, and there are some others that you are going to know with time. Just before allowing Constantine to tell you the plan we have for today, in like 2-3 minutes, I would just like to tell you a bit about this NASA Space Up Challenge and what's the beauty behind it. So shortly, since like 10 years, the NASA is organizing this event worldwide, having over 26,000 participants. And actually, this event, the main idea of this event is to try to inspire people to contribute to the world, because there are so many people, for example, in Africa, in China, in Asia, who have ideas that can change the world, but they don't have the opportunity. They just stay at their place and they think not everyone have the chance, for example, to be at Fraunhofer, to be in the NASA working there. Some people are very far, but still need and still want to contribute. So the idea of the NASA is basically to give the opportunity to those people to bring their idea and to try to make something really amazing from that. So, and from there, I realized that it happens, and me as a local lead organizer, I just told myself that it can be possible to have the event also here in Highland Falls in Kaiserslautern, and I am very happy to tell you that when the idea came and when I applied for the event and I was accepted, I actually contact the first person for the event to ask if it was a good idea to organize something, and that was Professor Humbach. And I was so happy that he actually replied directly, and that is how, from Professor Humbach, I built up the team with all those amazing guys that you just heard. And after, I contact my boss from Fraunhofer, Oliver Bleisinger, that you will also know certainly, who also encouraged me directly at organizing. So, and that is how we went from just a starting point to achieve what we have today. So now I will just allow Constantine to tell us the plan that we have for today, so that everyone knows, because some participants might question themselves if they have to attend all the events we are having. So now I just give the word to Constantine. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Frank. So again, I will repeat myself multiple times today. For all who has not formed that team yet, we have now the chance to click in the chat on the WhatsApp group and seek support there to do that. We will help you with every step. So please be aware that you have to set up your team setting within the NASA website, and you get all support you need. Furthermore, there is on the NASA Space Apps Challenge website the timetable for today's event. So there will be multiple events going on here, simultaneous to you working. So as soon as the working phase starts officially, you have always the possibility to contact mentors, to seek help with the challenge itself, to ask about anything. We tried to support you as much as possible. And you are free to join all events and to listen to some amazing speeches today. And yeah, basically we'll start soon with Professor Rombach with the first talk. And later on, there will come a roundtable about the future of social life with artificial intelligence. And about 4 in the afternoon, there will be a presentation how to find a student TV job in Germany. So please join the meetings, share with your friends, enjoy it. And basically that's the plan for today. For the challenges itself, when you go to the website, you can click on challenge, and there you will have the list of your challenge. You choose one field of challenge, and then you will see more information about the challenge itself. So NASA is providing you with data from all things depending on the challenge itself. And yeah, again, we support you with everything if there are problems with whatsoever. And basically that's the plan for today. Any questions so far?
So yeah, in between, like Konstantin talked about the challenge, it might be interesting even for our special guests to have idea and to see a bit like where the challenge can be found. So actually, when someone comes on the webpage, yeah, this is the webpage of Kaiserslautern, and here you can just see here on challenges. And now you can see the different challenges that takes place. So for example, there's a challenge on drones and satellite, where you can see that there are 166 teams who registered for this challenge. Pretty interesting. So, and then you can just take a bit time, watch through the challenge, and so on. And it's possible to then do same for the other challenges. And if you are interested to know what's going on in other locations, you can just click on locations. And here you will see that we have these different locations: India, Ethiopia in Africa, United Arab Emirates, and there are multiple other locations. So talking about Germany, since we are in Germany, you can see that we have Berlin and Germany. For example, if you want to check information about Berlin, you can just click there. You will read about Berlin, about their event, and all the rest. So you can meet the local leads and see the date and everything. And as well, you can also come to location and choose Kaiserslautern, or type in Kaiserslautern directly, and you come to Kaiserslautern, where you can see we cross the number of participants we are hoping for, and you can also see information about our event. You can see information about our event, what we have and what we have prepared for you. And you can check out the link for the live stream and Zoom data if you want to join the Zoom meeting. Yeah, so basically that will be it. That's what I wanted to show you. So the link for it, I can also paste in the chat, so you can just take a bit time to check about. So I'm sending the link in the chat. Yeah. So now we are just going to have like a 9 minutes free time, 9 minutes where you can take like water, drink something, and then at 10:30, in exactly 10 minutes, we are having the talk of Professor Hombach. So thank you very much, and see you then in 10 minutes.
Okay. Oh, is everyone here? You can start your camera so we see you. We are not talking with some random names. We're talking with people, and this is everything about you today. And please feel free to start your video to talk to us if you have questions or you need something to know in detail. Don't be afraid to ask about anything. And I would say we can start. Let's say, let's wait 30 seconds so that everything is be on schedule, and then, yes. We start with our first special guest for today, Professor Rombach. Please introduce yourself to the audience, and the stage is yours.
Thank you very much. I hope you hear me well.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So my name is Dieter Rombach. I'm professor of computer science here at the University of Kaiserslautern, and I'm the founding director of the Fraunhofer Institute, Fraunhofer Institute for Experimental Software Engineering. It's my pleasure and honor to welcome all of you to the 10th overall NASA Space Apps Challenge, but more important to me, the first one where Kaiserslautern is involved. I will show you and tell you a little bit about my career, and by that you will also see that I have a special relationship to NASA. And I've spent about 10 years with NASA in the United States, and that has inspired and impacted my entire professional and personal life. And maybe I can also inspire some of you to live your dream. It's important in careers to have a dream. A dream is what keeps you on target. And even if for some reason your dream doesn't come true, it's still the measure for you to stay on target. I was lucky in my life that I could realize my dream, and I will come back to this. But before I do this, I would also like to express a few words of thanks to a group of volunteers, students and professionals who have invested a lot of time to make this event happen. That includes both organizations such as Fraunhofer IESE, SIAC, Science and Innovation Alliance Kaiserslautern, a network of all innovation partners here on location, the Africa Development Incubator, and Startup Gate. But most of all, it's a lot of students supporting the organization, led by Frank Rembuga here in Kaiserslautern. So I just use his name, but the thanks goes actually to the entire team. And I was following a little bit the exciting past to today, and know that he went through lots of struggles, but he managed to now kick off this wonderful event. Such an event is also very important for you participants, as it provides a platform to participate in the exciting challenges related to space. And I think this is especially important in the context of the current COVID pandemic, because we are prevented from meeting in person. I hope that will happen soon again. But in the meantime, events like this are important to create this kind of community sense. But it's also important for our university here and the entire science park and city of Kaiserslautern, as it provides enormous visibility for our scientific location here. And for that, again, thanks to all of you. Thanks, Frank. But now back to space. Space, better aerospace, is one of the most exciting technological domains. Here we explore new frontiers via manned spacecraft to Moon or Mars in the future, more recently also via vehicles from private companies. And it's also very challenging to science. And you allow me to speak a little bit more from the point of view of computer science, of software. It's probably one of the most challenging software development domains, because we have to build software that actually works. If the software doesn't work, we actually lose an entire mission of hundreds of millions worth of dollars. So during my time in the United States with NASA, I've developed software development methods that guarantee to a humanly possible way that the software works from the very beginning. Otherwise, it wouldn't have meant anything. So I had a dream when I was about your age. I always wanted to work at NASA. It was my dream. During my studies, also my PhD studies here in Kaiserslautern, I attended lots of conferences worldwide and made connections to universities worldwide, and among them also NASA. And when I finished my PhD work, I got an invitation for a one-year exchange at the University of Maryland and jointly at NASA Goddard Space Flight Center. NASA Goddard Space Flight Center in Maryland is the scientific center for unmanned spacecraft. So they're controlling all satellites. Just one important name from the time between the mid-80s and 90s when I was there was, for instance, the Hubble Space Telescope. And I was so proud to wear this NASA badge. You couldn't believe it. I grew about 10 centimeters with that badge because it was my dream that came true. And it was so exciting that I extended this one-year exchange, which I was invited for, to about 10 years. And I was involved in a division that was in charge of onboard software for satellites. So all the software that controlled the flight of a satellite, but also the experiments on board of the satellite. And as I said before, this was the most challenging software development I was ever involved in, because in fact, we had to develop zero defect software, at least zero defect with respect to critical defects that would have challenged such a mission. So I experienced lots of highlights, exciting moments when I was in the launch room and saw one of these satellites go to space successfully. Unfortunately, I was also eyewitness and ear witness to the accident in January of 1986 when the Challenger aerospace exploded. This was probably the lowest time of my life. I was in the control center, and I can tell you, I have never experienced 5 minutes of absolute silence when this accident happened. So it's still in my memory, one of the most exciting, even if it was negative, events of my NASA time. I was hired by NASA, and I was hired as a professor at University of Maryland, where I developed with lots of other colleagues this so-called zero defect software development approach. By many, it's called clean room software development approach. And for 10 years of zero defect-free software, I actually also received in 1991 the National Science Foundation Presidential Investigator Award from the then President Bush in the White House Oval Office. That was another highlight of my career, which would have never happened if I would not have joined NASA during that period of time. And just to give you an impression, when you work at a university, in whatever department you are probably with 10 of the best people in that domain to collaborate. At NASA Goddard Space Flight Center, I was with 4,000 top scientists in physics, in chemistry, in computer science. And so across my office, there were people, Nobel Prize laureates. I was a young PhD. Yeah, and it was just exciting to work with these people, not just to know them from books and maybe conferences, but be able to work with them on a daily basis. And if you ever have a chance, forget what the salary is, forget what the challenges are for your pension. Jump on it and do it. It will have an effect on your professional life, which cannot be achieved by any other means. Yeah. So I can say in my life, my dream came true, and I benefited both professionally. The software engineering area, Frank knows, which I built up here at the University of Kaiserslautern, was mainly impacted by that experience. Also, the creation of Fraunhofer IESE was the attempt to actually also have companies benefit from that experience. There we work with companies to help them to build software in a more reliable way. Not everything has to be zero defect, but every software has some expectations associated with. And the idea is to develop those qualities by plan and not by accident. Yeah, we still develop in too many areas software which we just built and then hope to get it right in the next step or during operation. That's not something that works for satellites or aerospace. That's not something that works when we talk about autonomous cars. That doesn't work when we talk about software to control medical devices. So everything where life depends on, we have to take these experiences we made at NASA and apply them in the appropriate way. And that was my entire life mission for teaching software engineering and also consulting and collaborating with companies. And as I mentioned in the beginning, go for your dreams. Yeah, I think even if I would not have had the luck to work for NASA, just the idea to work, to think in that direction has impacted my life. And that I wish all of you that you can have a similar experience. So especially when you are interested in computer science or software engineering, this is definitely one of the most challenging domains. And as some of you who have listened to my classes know that this zero defect or clean room approach is based on quality by design, not by testing to death. Because we know that this doesn't work. Quality can only be achieved by design. That's something all engineers understand. And we have to also move this into the brains of software engineers. So principles of engineering like divide and conquer, stepwise development and verification are things that need to make its path into also software engineering. And many of these principles are applied today, fortunately, in other mostly embedded system domains, like, as I mentioned, automotive, medical device, autonomous driving, digital farming, which is, by the way, one of the highly visible digital transformation areas in Kaiserslautern. Just to put this in between, Kaiserslautern is in Germany, Europe, maybe worldwide famous for work in Industry 4.0, which is bringing digital transformation to production. In digital farming, precision farming, where we just have a new professorship in the computer science department on digital farming, Professor Jörg Dörr. And there is a few other areas. Yeah? But in general, software is more and more important in the future. I started with aerospace, but now we are also applying this to all of these other highly reliable demand application domains. I hope that in the context of your studies, where you sometimes have disappointments, you sometimes wonder what's going to happen. Look at my career, my life experience. If you keep that dream always alive, it will get you through all these downs and will allow you and elevate you to a level that is exciting for your life. I can today go into every part of the world, and I have professional friends, and many of them became private friends. Something you can't pay. That's an add-on value I would not give up for any higher salary on earth. And this, to communicate to you, is the main objective of my short presentation. Maybe you have some questions after that. I'm open to discuss with you issues related to this, but maybe your involvement in today's challenge and consecutive learning about software engineering will help you to also fulfill your dream. It's, as I said, important to have such dream, even if they buy, because you need some luck that you are at the right place at the right time, if they cannot be fulfilled. I would like to wish you an exciting day. The more you participate actively in these challenges, the more you will benefit. And also, I'm now retiring at the University of Kaiserslautern. I'm still around through the Science Innovation Alliance, and I offer to all of you, if you want to spend a semester or a year abroad, which I recommend to every student, especially during the master studies, come to me. I have a huge network, and I'm sure we can find some way to create this exciting experience for you to get to know other people abroad. Thanks for your attention, and I'm open for questions, comments from your side.
Thank you very much, Professor Hombach. Thank you very, very much. So I think now we have everything. So guys, if you have few questions to Professor Hombach or anything that comes up in mind that you would like to ask Professor Hombach, it's the only occasion to have him now. So if you have a question, please just raise your hand and then we give you the word. Thank you very much.
By the way, offline, you can also reach me with questions or issues you have by email if you want to.
Yeah.
I promise to answer.
Me, I can start with my first question. So, Professor Hombach, like, hearing from your career, we feel extreme hard work along the process. And I think there are some points of times where you are really down, or you are in very difficult situation, or you were actually near the side to decide and say you abandoned or you give up or something like that. So what have always ignited you about your dream? Because you said you always had the dream. Do you have other factors that motivated you to go through the entire process that you can share with us, so that even if we don't have strong dreams, we can use some of your advices in order to achieve our objectives?
I think success, as I experienced it, and I'm lucky, is, let me give you a rough estimate from my point of view: 30% talent, 50% hard work, and 20% luck that you have opportunities. And I think one of the biggest gifts is, if the opportunity comes up to do something exciting, don't think about other consequences to it. When I had the opportunity to go to NASA in the US, I had a permanent position at the Technical University of Kaiserslautern. And I gave it up because I knew if I would go to the US with a permanent position here in Kaiserslautern to come back, I would never really integrate there, because I would always say, oh, in 8 months I go back. So I quit my permanent position. I got actually initially lower salary, and I had a family with 2 kids, by the way. And I just believed in my dream. Yeah. Very often today, I provide to some of my students opportunities to go to NASA, to go to the University of Maryland, to go to University of Stanford. And then they think about, what's the impact on my pension when I'm 65? And that's not the right attitude to take advantage of opportunities. You have to believe in it and jump on opportunities. I think that's, besides everything else, talent, which you explore in your studies, in your current studies, of course, and hard work. I mean, you are currently in a phase where you provide the platform for your entire professional life. And that requires hard work. Yeah. Never give up. If you miss an exam, I never thought about, I'm not ready to study computer science. I worked a little bit harder and then passed the exam. Yeah, so believing in your own dream, that's what I meant in the beginning, I think is the most important driver. Commit to hard work, and if the opportunity comes up, don't think too long, but decide whether that's a good thing for your dream, to realize your dream or not.
Wow, thank you very much, Professor. I'm seeing Maximilian have a question. So can you just ask your question, please?
Yeah, hello everybody. Hello, Professor. Thanks for this opportunity for me to ask a question to one of the great man. And it is really, really huge. Like, for me, it is a dream to speak with you actually. And to begin with, I'm Maximilian Burger, a business analyst consultant at Fortil. And it was for me a great pleasure to participate to this challenge. One of the questions that I have is about difficulties that you can face during your, how can I say it, during your way to success, because as I'm working right now, that's not the aim I'm achieving, because my will is to build my own company. And at time you can have the opportunity, you can have the will to succeed, you can even have that luck and everything concerning the way that you can put in to succeed. But when you come in the world of work, there are a lot of difficulties that at times can put you in a situation where you even want to abandon everything. You just want to stay like that. I mean, how are you personally, Professor? Have you come over difficulties in your activities, in your daily challenges to succeed and achieve your dream? And does all the dreams that you have in life are capable of being achieved? Yeah, thank you.
My careers are, as you describe it, ups and downs. And I think we as humans are social animals. And so it was very important to me to have a group of friends around me and my family, actually, my wife and my kids. And so very often when I was down, they were helping me and consoling me and so on. So I think it's very important to have that support environment. It's very hard to go through this path all by yourself. Yeah. And otherwise, I mean, I'm not sure exactly the context in your company. There is also lots of companies that support you in terms of achieving your goal, whether that's something, a higher academic degree, or whether that's also some kind of startup activity. But you need to have a team and support to make it through those valleys along your career path. That's the only advice I can give you.
But at times you can be in a situation where you don't have somebody to help, like you're really alone and you need to succeed. Yeah. I don't know if you get the point. At that particular moment, how do you do? How are the key issues that you can put in order to achieve your will?
Yeah, I mean, in my life, I had 2 or 3, I would say, mentors, 2 or 3 mentors in my life, other professors at university, etc. And I picked them very carefully to have them as being mentors in my interest. There are some people who advise you, but it's more in their own interest than in yours. You have to find mentors who actually want to help you. Yeah, and those are also very important things. By the way, I still do this for all my students. I have about 100 PhDs. So it's people who went through a master PhD program are today in companies and universities. And they know they can contact me if they need advice, because they know I'm not giving them advice like, stay here. I give them the advice, what's best for them. And I think I had 2 of these people in my life, and I feel very lucky that I had them. And that's, besides friends and family, probably another important infrastructure to get through these disappointing times.
Thank you very much, Professor. We are going to take a question from Angie Ndokmeza.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you again for your speech, Professor Rombach. And by the way, I just wanted to I remember just the time I was a student. It was 4 years ago. I was just a student and taking the classes of principles of software engineering. And I remember every of the lessons. It was, I think it's the only lesson that I attended the most, yeah, almost all the classes, because I remember all the speeches you were doing during the lectures. It was just not about talking about software engineering. It was just really educating us and making some fascinating speech. And it's always a pleasure and very fascinating and to discuss with you, to exchange anything with you. And but I have like 2 questions. My first question is like, okay, we are in the space technology that you have been very active in. I think it's also a diplomatic, or let's say it's a very competitive area, which also is very linked to defense. And I would like to ask what there have been any linked, or maybe any project also linked with ASA, it's like European Space Agency, of trying to, I don't know, to build some project, or maybe to lift up a bit the level of technology they have. And yeah, that's the first question. And maybe then if you're after this one, I will answer the second question. I will ask the second question, yeah.
I mean, we had through Fraunhofer IESE lots of collaborations with ESA, which was always related to create reliable software. Currently, I personally have a relationship with DLR, which is very closely related to German aerospace agency. And there it's about AI and data analysis, because they are dealing with so many huge amounts of data from satellites that they cannot analyze anymore based on traditional algorithmic approaches. So they are using AI technologies to analyze and come up with early findings out of this huge flood of data. So that's the current activity. In the past, we have had lots of collaborations with ESA. It's aerospace, so it's airplanes and space. But our focus was always on software system engineering to build reliable systems.
And what does it explain the fact that in comparing to other countries, as for example, USA, Russia, China, or maybe India today, that maybe Europeans still to be a bit left back in terms of space exploration and space engineering?
I think we don't quite have the same view as in the United States, that you need these pilot programs to drive also other areas of technology. So the space program in the United States is not only cannot only be measured in terms of how many people are brought to moon, etc., but it's mostly also how many other areas, whether it's materials, etc., that have been advanced through these groundbreaking projects at NASA. And then, I mean, I have lived in the United States, I've lived here. Currently, I have an institute in the United States, I have an institute here. There is a big difference in terms of risk-taking. Yeah, I mean, US Americans are much easier to excite with a new challenge where you don't know exactly how it's being solved. Germans are a little bit more risk-averse. They first ask, what's the risk? Should we get involved? And today we have very agile times. Technologies change so fast that if you are too risk-averse, you will be left behind. So I really believe that this is one of the challenges in Germany, or I could even say in Europe in general, that in these times, our mental approach to accepting challenges in a much slower way creates a risk of being left behind in some areas. Even more so, it is important that we maintain those networks, international networks, with the US, with India, with China, you name the countries where most of the activities take place. Do not be left behind. Yeah, and there is a strength to the European or German approach in terms of quality engineering, but in terms of piloting new approaches, we are too slow. So I could imagine that there is a good combination. I know at NASA, German educated masters of computer science or physics are held in very high regard because we have a good education in quality engineering. Yeah, and if we can combine that engineering capability of Europe or Germany with the more entrepreneurial approach, which I see in the United States, maybe it's a win-win situation for both sides.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Just my second question now, sorry, I won't be long. And this is something a bit more personal for me. And in this pandemic period, we have seen that in terms of the area of software development, they have has arisen a new question of the outsourcings, and as coming from a low developed country with a huge potential of intellectual population, how do you see the coming years with your experience in the software development industry? How do you see the potential of outsourcing engineering services, or maybe like, let's say, software development services, like maybe most of the Indian companies are doing? How do you see this direction as a,
Outsourcing is one key approach to manage cost. But I think we have to change our view, not just look at the cost of development, but the lifetime cost. So if I outsource something that's cheaper, but creates more problems afterwards, I'm not winning anything. Yeah. And how can I achieve this? I can achieve this by negotiating with the outsourced company that we agree on some quality criteria. That's the only way, because in the end, I, as the main contractor, will be held responsible for the software. Yeah, if I include software from any other country or any other outsourced company, it's still my responsibility to guarantee the quality. But this challenge, by the way, is magnifying today. When we talk about these ecosystems like mobility or smart health, there is more and more software from different partners. So the owner has not just the problem of outsourcing, but how do you guarantee the quality of a large system of systems where some pieces come from places that you don't control? Yeah. So outsourcing was a pretty small problem compared to the lots of interfaces in systems of systems in today's world where we talk about so-called smart ecosystems. Take mobility. Yeah? There is 100 partners involved and software from all different places gets integrated. How do you guarantee that the system adheres or complies with the quality requirements? Yeah, so your problem is the more simpler one because it's very often a one-to-one relationship. Now we talk about end-to-end relationships to build these smart ecosystems.
Thank you very much, Professor.
Thank you very much.
We will then continue with the challenge briefing. It's part of our program. But before that, I would like to thank again Professor Hombach. And if someone have any question, you can just contact him. Like he said, I would like to underline the fact that at 2 p.m. we are having a roundtable. It's not a talk because we cannot offer special guests in fact, we cannot offer a lot of special guests. So we are having a roundtable under the future of social life with artificial intelligence. So if you are interested in that roundtable, we have some guests there, and just join at 2 p.m. And now I will allow Konstantin to direct participants of the hackathon about the challenge they have to do and so on. So thank you again, Professor Hombach, and Konstantin, you have the talk.
Okay, guys, we start with the challenge briefing in general. So if you're joined later on and you haven't found a team yet, please join the WhatsApp group and we will help you to form your group already. And basically what's going on is we will start the working phase soon. You will have access to all mentors at any time soon. So please contact us if anything is happening. And everything that's important to the challenges itself can be told from season. For now, be aware that you have to form groups of 3 people, at least up to 6, to be evaluated from the NASA and to establish the group on the NASA side. That's very important. And Nathanael, please ask a question.
Yes, please, can you send back the link?
Yes, where can you send this again? And
because I was disconnected when you send the link, so I want that you should send back the link, please.
Yes, the link is posted.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, please, Season, go ahead, tell people again what's going on.
And if they need breakout rooms, we can also create breakout rooms for them. But for the audience, you can definitely rest, go for lunch, and at 2 p.m. There is the talk on the future of the roundtable under the future of social life with artificial intelligence. Thank you very much.
I almost forgot. This meeting will be open the whole time. So feel free to stay here, use the breakout rooms, so you have a faster opportunity to reach out to us, because we will also stay here all the time. So use this Zoom call with the breakout rooms with your team. We don't force you to, but it's just faster for everyone to react. Okay, Season, please go ahead.
Okay.
Yes, I want to ask the link of the drone on satellite, please.
Okay, I think, can you please someone handle that on the chat, please? Okay, meanwhile, we have already presented some of the ideas, the challenges and the briefings yesterday as well, but since we have more participants today, I would like to briefly go through the challenge briefings. And also I will be highlighting some of the aspect of project submission, because even though we have all the details available, made available by the NASA Space App Challenge in the website, but I will go through it so that you won't have any problem understanding what is the project submission is. Okay. And also at the end, we will be presenting about some aspect of a judging process, so that you will also know what will happen tomorrow for the local judgment and also for the global judgment process. Without further ado, so let's start. What is challenges as a whole? I think some of you have already went through it yesterday, but it will be good for you to understand as well. So NASA has already published more than 25 challenges. Those challenges somehow have put constant based on the data they made available. So more than 7 NASA agencies has published many data relevant to the space, Earth, and relevant to the different kind of alert and warnings related data, and also mostly for the visualizations of different aspects like geospatial and even the geosurface and of different spaces where they have explored so far. So in terms of the highlights, we decided that we put 5 different sections so that it would be much easier to work on the challenges for you. So basically the AI ML, data management, space exploration, gaming, and risks and warning. So these are not exclusive category. They have some they have very thin boundary between them, so you will find some applications are related to each of them. For example, you can apply AI and ML for the risks and warning, so the gaming can be there for the space exploration. So these are not exclusively standing here. So to go briefly for each of the section, AI and ML are most of the time it's very much I mean, people are trying to use artificial intelligence in most of the applications these days, but I think it also depends on the data it's available, and I found that the data published by NASA in order to solve this particular problem is very huge, and I think the data you can use would be very beneficial. And also I like to highlight for the global nomination also, they are highly encouraging to use the data relevant to the NASA itself, so that they will allow your for the global judgment process. So rather than using other public data, please be focused on the data they have provided. So this is one example where they want to quantify the detection of plastic plastic debris in the marine system. I think it's pretty much clear what they wanted to know from the data they have provided. The second one is more on the data management. Like, for example, it has been there so many resources on the field of space exploration, or the landslides, or maybe different alerts or warning systems within the Earth, but they want to structure it in a way so that the upcoming researchers may find some relation between those data set in an interactive way, and then find those resources as easy as possible. The third one, especially since this is the NASA App Challenge, so I would say this is the main focus of space exploration. They have been working on different projects. The recent Perseverance NASA rover, Mars rover, they have recently launched. They have some of the topics you can explore in this area. But I would say this particular project has this idea of using virtual exploration using 3D models, so that people from home, from within the room, can see how the objects are there in the space, or how the moons of the other planets are moving around, the speed, and also they can interactively see those sort of possibilities for the further exploration in the research. The gaming area, where they want to use gaming because the new generations, they have been involved in so many games these days. So using game as an educational tool to explore about the space, like for example, moving some of the planets and achieving some of the trophies, a sort of game, so that it makes more sense to know for in general public how space is explored so far. And finally, this seems more on side of human health and hazard, where they want to design some applications to make sure the warnings or the potential risks that may occur in the future by any such events like forest fires, or related to air pollution, or any damages or energy supply shortages. So if that can be designed based on the data that's available, or predict such an event beforehand, then that would be a more interesting one of the challenge for the NASA. So with these descriptions, I would like to go through a little bit detail on the mentor side. I already seen some
question.
Yes, please.
So in the challenge of apps, how developed should be to finish the challenge, or
okay.
When you said, okay, now I'm done, you know?
Okay, that's a really nice question. So basically, if you, I hope you have gone through the details on the NASA App Challenge event page. Also, they have said that it's not necessary to finish the whole product, but it's the ideation phase and the prototyping phase. So, for example, if you design, let's say, debris detection model in machine learning, then it is supposed to work the model, but in order to present it to the people, you will have minimal design, which can be very not functional, but how the system should work. Let's say I deployed my this debris detection AI or ML models to the server, but I cannot do that in 2 days. So what I will do is I will create the local system where somebody feed the images of marine, and then that system will simply say it has plastic or it doesn't have plastic. So if that is the output of your minimal prototype, then that's the good product, because it.
Yeah, but what I mean, it's in applications, because the task in the apps challenge is to make an application.
Okay, so for example,
so what is the prototype, at least for that?
Okay, so I would say for this particular example, also risks and warning, you can see we have developed web or mobile application, right? So it's not totally functional application. What you have to do is there is an idea of static web application development. So you will have all the like static page where you can simply click and move around, but there will be only single functional unit. For example, what is the functional unit here? Because you have to use the data provided by the NASA, right? So you will use some inference of idea using that data, and your static app will simply display them. For example, let's say in this case, in one of the area in, let's say, Germany, there is a pollution increasing next month, and you predict that using air pollution data set given by NASA, then your app would supposed to display let's say map saying that there is a air pollution in the next month, very high chances. So this is the way you can be very creative, because this is the stage where you can make sure that you address the issue, and also make sure you will display your output in a good way, because the presentation makes more sense when JAWS goes through it, right? So you don't have to make whole application very functional from input to output. It's like the minimal prototyping where you use some static builder, HTML pages, few of and then display your final output. So that's what they are expecting. I hope I answered you. Okay, I think I answered that question. So without further ado, I will go through briefly on the mentors section as well. And then there is a last talk that we will handle about judging at the end. Here also we have 10 volunteers, local team lead. Somebody has asking in the chat how to connect with the mentors. We will, I think somebody has already sent the link how to connect to the mentors. So you can use that WhatsApp link and then join to the mentors room. Basically, the mentors are here to support each step of your ideation to the submission phase. So please feel free to ask any question in the WhatsApp group. We will be there to answer you as much as possible. So I think this is pretty much clear now. I don't need much of the ideas, but the mentors can, if you want to make like audio or video call, mentors will create another platform, maybe Zoom or Google Hangout to call you, and then you can contact them privately as you prefer. I have already gone through this stage, but this is very important for you all that in the project submission phase, the project demo is very much important, because this is the one the judge will go through it before judging or going through other process for your project description. So I would like to highlight again, you can submit either video or the slide, not both. So you can, it's up to you, whatever you make, because they have very strict rule on how to design the video and the slide content. In the video also, they have explicitly mentioned that it's supposed to be 30 seconds of video, and you should host your video or upload your video in some public website, let's say YouTube, and then while project submission, which I will be talking later, you will submit that link to the project submission page. So I will be highlighting that later on. And also for the slide demo, you have to make sure you will have only 7 slides, and also upload to some public host web applications, maybe SlideShare. You can upload there and then simply use that link to the your project submission page, which I will come later. So that is that. And let's go to the very main focus of this presentation, the project submission phase. We already have the details PDF of description, which I will be sending by today. No need to worry, but I'll briefly go what is the process for project submission. So what you have to do is, in the project submission, once your team is built, you will see there is a, once you go through my account, within the my account section, you will see there is a this red signal on the left side, the team name. Okay, so the team name has a link. Once you click that link, let's say in this example, space innovation. So if you click that one, you will go to the project page. So my account, your team page, and then you go to the project page. Okay. Once you go to the project page, you have to edit that particular page where you have to fill in all the details. So in the project edit page, you have these 7 strictly mandatory fields you have to submit and fill in details, like high level project summary, what you are building, how it's related to your challenges. 2 and 3 are what I talked earlier. The link to the project demo, so that I said it can be either video or it can be either slide. You have to use that link on that particular project submission page. Also the link to the final project. So like earlier a participant asked what we should build. So if you are building web application and you have the code, you will submit that code into some publicly accessible link. So it can be either you can use other tools which are accessible, let's say Google Drive, and then use the Google Drive public link to that link, or you can use the GitHub just to push your code publicly and then use that link as well. So it doesn't matter, but make sure it is publicly accessible so that anyone can download. Also, fourth part, a detailed description of the project, how you decided upon your project, and what are the implementation you are planned to do and you achieve, and what are the future side of the project, like how you can increase the ability to make your project more vast or cover the more domain in future. The space agency data, so this is very important, that which data you use. That's because it's already in every project there is a relevant NASA data available. You have to make sure you use one of the data, and then you have to specify that for the global nominee. Sixth is a hackathon journey. It's more about like how you feel, like what you learned so far and what can be improved. I mean, it's somehow you can write what do you think is best for you. And the references, like it can be other extra data, other extra papers, maybe research papers you have used, or any other project references you have used from the online. You can give those references as well. Okay, so with those details, finally, once you did all the project submission form, this is the save phase. So why I'm highlighting this, the submit and the save are two different things. You won't be submitting until tomorrow 11:59 Berlin time, but you can save as much as possible. So since you have already created the team, you can start entering the details that I have described in the previous slide, this one, and then you can save the information as much as you can. Okay, once you have saved and finalized by tomorrow night before 11:59, then you will go to the submission phase. So in the submission phase, what you will do is you will simply check in this particular thing that they are asking about some consent, that I fully understand the whole guideline and all terms and conditions. So once you check in that, and you will finally submit. Please be careful about that. So save is as much as you can. Submit is the final thing you will do with the consent. Okay, once that has been done, then you are successfully submitting your project. So this is the brief overview, but we'll be here anytime just to discuss. If you have any confusion, just let us know. With that discussion, I will ask Wee to give her some briefings about the judging process.
Okay, thanks, Joe.
Would you like me to use the same link, or you want to share yourself?
Yeah, I will share my screen from now.
Perfect.
So let's go into the section judging process. We are going to review your submission after you finally click the submission button on the web page. If you are ready to do that, and we are going to review your results by local judging. That's us. And if you win the first prize, you will receive €200, and the second prize, €100. But if your team and and the results are good enough, you are ready for the global judging. It will be reviewed and judged by the experts from the global team, not by us. I encourage every one of you to join the global judging process. And as for the judging stand, we will introduce more, or you can see more from the guide, the judging guide from NASA Change App official site. But I will give you a hint about the stand impact, how broad your solution can apply. That means you can suggest a very broad solution, but such like minor energy from the sun, such like fantasy technology from now, and how creative your solution is. That means something maybe previous science or technology was not ready, but now it could be done. Validity. So, but you need to prove your method is realizable or maybe in near future, and the relevance. Yes, you need to focus on your challenge. Don't go too far away from fantasy now. And finally, the presentation. Yeah, the most important thing I think in this challenge, you should make your idea understandable and do your best to make it appealing to the judge. So that's why you should put some lots of energy, lots of time and resource to develop your presentation. That's why the project demo is so important. Any question about the judging process? If not, Sanji, you can take over now.
Well, what the results are presented. So if we have to submit the prototypes tomorrow at midnight, when the results are given?
Results. I mean resource. You mean resource, not results.
Results.
Yeah.
So the winners. I mean. If you submit your project tomorrow at midnight, when the winners will be.
When you will submit the project, the judges will start their work on the 4th October, and then we are going to submit your result to the NASA before the 10th October, and after that you will definitely receive the email. So there is it's sure, so no problem about that. Thank you.
Thank you for asking. Sijan, you can continue. Hello.
No, I think that's all from our side. We can simply, because we need to give participants to work on their ideas, but I think Consti can go from here and then say something before we allow everyone to work.
Actually now it's just time to already rush for participants to rush and start working. So we recommend participants to join the group that was sent in the chat and try to create your teams, and then ask questions to mentors. Now you don't have time, so I recommend participants they can decide to get out of the meeting and try to benefit the time, or they can decide to go to breakout rooms. Yeah, Konstantin, please, you will have the.
Okay. I have something to show you because the question occurred yesterday. So when you go for any challenge, can you see my screen? If you go for any challenge, let's take, for example, the drone and satellite, you have a description about the challenge itself, and you see it's kind of very detailed, but they are not forcing you to some specific topic. They just give you a guideline. So of all the points that I mentioned there, you can always take some subpart and use that. And then you have here the resources. You can click there, and there is NASA providing you data. For example, a mapping tool, and from ESA, real satellite data which you can implement in your work. So check every challenge, read the detail, ask for a question if something is not clear, and check the resources side. You find there a lot of data. It's not, yes, it's hard to get the overview, but there is really enough for you to work. Just check everything out, and there are also some examples. So use everything NASA is providing and ask your mentors. It will help you at any time. Now we can form the breakout rooms. If you have no group assigned, stay here and we solve your problem. And everyone else is will be redirected to the breakout room. And yeah, I guess that's everything that's need to be said for now.
I have a question.
Yes.
So can we reach you, the mentors, by email, or we have to use only the WhatsApp group?
You can do.
Or I mean, if you are here and we are in the breaking room, so we could send a chat or something.
We are here.
We will be here in the Zoom call all the time. So you can just join the Zoom call and ask directly. You can use the WhatsApp group. It's okay. We want to make this as easy for you as possible. You can choose your most convenient way to communicate with us. And when there are some more detailed problems, the mentors will tell you how to communicate with them. Maybe they just call you via phone or how you like. That's up to you on a personal level. Okay, are there any questions so far? Please go ahead. We're here to help you guys.
In between, I'm then creating the breakout rooms like for the different teams and then assigning the respective member to their teams. So, and if someone have problems or does not have a team still, please just follow the instruction. So for the audience who are not participants, if you want, it is also the moment you can take a break and then you come back, because at 2 p.m. we have a round table where we have some guests who will talk about the future of social life with artificial intelligence. So if you are not a participant, you can also take a break now. Feel free to go and eat something. Yeah. If you're a participant, please, you should have already started working. So now the breakout rooms are ready, so we can assign. Should we assign, Konstantin? Should we already assign people to their different breakout rooms?
Yes, we can start.
All right.
If you need help, you can ping for the moderator or use the WhatsApp group.
So yeah. So I already started to assign some people. I think there are still others who don't. Well, okay, we're going to clear it.
Eh,
So hello, I hope everything is fine. In like 10 minutes, we are going to continue with the next roundtable. This one is under the future of social life with artificial intelligence by Christel Jambi, Jana Heinrich, and Tulifa Ibrahim.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
So very soon we are going to start with the next event we have for you. It's about a roundtable under the future of social life with artificial intelligence. So if you're interested, you can watch it on live stream on the YouTube channel. I think you should probably have the links, or you can also join this Zoom meeting. Thank you. So if everything is fine from your side, Constantine, I think our three guests are there. If the last guest, Christelle Jambi, could put her camera. All right. So Constantine, when you think we can start, then we will start.
Yes, we are right on time. Frank, just go ahead and begin your part for the roundtable on the NASA Space Apps Challenge. And we have today, again, some special guests. And we talk about the influence of artificial intelligence for the social life. And Frank is gonna moderate the sitting. And welcome to our guests.
Thank you very much, Constantine. So thank you very much again, and welcome to the NASA Space App Challenge Kaiserslautern. It's the first time in Highland Falls in Kaiserslautern, and I hope you will be amazed. And if you want to attend to the challenge, you can either watch on the live stream or you can join the Zoom call and just keep your mic muted. So thank you very much to the guests who accepted to be part. The main topic of today is the future of social life with artificial intelligence. So I propose we start with a small presentation from our different guests, starting from Jana Heinrich.
So I can start to briefly introduce myself. Hello together, my name is Jana Heinrich. I'm 25 years old and I'm from Germany, Kaiserslautern. I'm studying social informatics at the Technische Universität Kaiserslautern, and I'm currently writing my master thesis at Fraunhofer IESE. In my department, one of the topics we are dealing with is the ethics of AI, and that's why I'm really pleased to be invited as a guest to this talk today.
Thank you very much, Jana. Then Ibrahim.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is Zulfikar Ibrahim. I'm studying information technology or in TU Kaiserslautern. My specialization is intelligent systems. So we are dealing with a lot of AI and machine learning. I'm also working as a software engineer in Fraunhofer for more than 2 years. And we are dealing with the data analysis of a house that is being connected to a solar panel, and we're dealing with the electricity consumption and deconsumption of the house. So, and I have also started my thesis, master's thesis, and it's a collaboration between the agriculture and robotics. So we're looking forward to come up with a solution that can produce more yield by using the AI. This is it.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ibrahim. So I hope you already feel excited. I talk to the audience. Yeah, so now let's give the talk to Christelle Jambi.
Hi everyone, am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry about that, I was having some trouble with my computer. And I'm glad to be part of this little breakout session. My name is Christelle Jambi. I'm originally from Cameroon, currently living in the US, where I work as an IT consultant. I'm also a co-creator of the ADE African Development Initiative. And I have been in the IT field for almost 7 years now. And I'm glad to be here. I'm glad to be here. Always been passionate by NASA, and then it's very interesting to participate somehow into this great challenge. So thank you.
Thank you very much. So I would like to underline the fact that the NASA Space Up Challenge is trying to bring out solutions to world problems that exist in every part of the world. And for that to be possible, sharing ideas and giving ideas is also something that is very important. That's why we decided to offer you this topic regarding the future of social life with artificial intelligence, because we know artificial intelligence is something that's becoming very important, and trying to have an idea about how its future will look like is something that is necessary. So Ibrahim, tell me, what do you understand basically by artificial intelligence?
Okay. Artificial intelligence is a very broad topic right now, because a lot of companies, I think all of the world is right now investing a lot of money, a lot of funds into this technology. And why do we need it? If I remember recently, the president of Russia said that the next superpower is going to be that country which will be the #1 in AI. America is certainly right now leading this stage, but we don't know about the China right now, because China is producing a lot of data and we don't know what they are doing with that. But people tell us that yes, of course, they are into it, and they are not showing what they have achieved so far. But overall, AI is the new thing. We've been influenced by it all the time. Whether we write something on the internet, that thing will be advertised to us from a different platform. We see that we've done this experiment. If you keep writing about certain stuff on Google, then the ads will be delivered to you, will be showed to you. This is all being done through AI. Lots of data is being transmitted because we are more connected to the devices, we are more connected to appliances, and they are generating data. And whenever there is a huge bunch of data, we need AI to come up with a solution so that we can interpret this data in a more efficient way. Otherwise, it will be all lost. So AI is the new big thing. We also have to, one of our participants is working on the ethics of the AI, because she can answer, why do we need an ethics of the AI? Because she thinks, and a lot of people think, that AI can also damage the societies. And that's where we have to draw the boundaries. And this is what Jana has been doing. And to come up with the boundaries and to actually enforce the AI to be conscious of its decisions. If the AI is not conscious of its decision, then we are in big trouble. But this is the new age. AI is the new age, and we have to be very careful right now.
In one line, what will you basically say about what is AI for you in a one-line sentence?
Any system that is conscious of its decision is sort of an AI. That's it.
Wow, thank you. Thank you very much. So basically, we are trying to understand the relationship that exists between AI and for that, we also need to go socialize. So I invite you to tell us about social life. So
thank you, Frank, for the opportunity to talk about a little bit of social life. I want to tap into what my predecessor just said, artificial intelligence, and he linked it to data. And I'm sure you guys understood how data was something that was coming in the forefront of his speech. So where does those data come from? It comes from us. It comes from us human, and it comes from our interaction. Now, when we talk about social life, what is the notion? I'm going to try to break it down a little bit and tap into what life is on one hand and what social means on the other end, and then how those two concepts interact together. Life, of course, is a notion that is difficult of definition, and one thing that we can say is that it is all about existence. It's about the activity of an organic being, or the ability to be born, the ability to be developed, to reproduce, and then to die. That's basically the four areas of life. Then when we talk about social, on the other hand, social is more what is linked to society. And when we talk about society, it's more of a community of individuals that share a common culture or interest or anything that puts two individuals or a community together. So basically, social life could be defined as sometimes people will say opposition of private life, in the sense that we can affirm that social life encompasses the activity that take place in public and the community sphere, while also private life includes what is lived inside the home or within the family. But overall, it's more like interaction between human beings. Social life is linking to the action that a human being carries out in contact with other people. So it's more of, let's say, what me and you are doing together. What are the different activities that we are putting in place to be able to interact? What are the things that we are doing to forge or nurture our relationship? All that are part of social life.
Wow, thank you very much. And Jana, do you see it the same way, or?
Well, actually, I'm quite familiar with this definition, but I think there is an aspect she didn't mention yet, because one aspect that is very important for me is the perceived pleasure and joy in interacting with other people. And to achieve this, we need to know the norms that other people learned in their early childhood. So let me start over. So first of all, social life for me involves communication between the subject and its peers. And as humans, we learn in early childhood how to interact with other people and how to achieve harmony within these interactions. And the relationship between people is governed by norms that minimize the conflict. And these norms differ again in different cultures and communities. And yes, actually, that's really difficult to handle. And even as an adult, we are learned to adapt every day again. And here, for example, I see a possible challenge for AI as a language assistant system, for example, which wants to copy social life in a way with a human being. So let me summarize. For me, social life is the part of a person's time spent doing enjoyable things or interactions with other people.
So you talk about the different things that happens within the social life. Do you think that it can be improved, or do you think that it's possible to have maybe a better social life as today? Yeah, what do you think about it, Yana?
Wait, what was this question to me? I couldn't listen. It's like
I think what he wanted to understand was, do you think, based on the definition that we have for social life, that in the current year it can be improved in some way?
Sorry, this noise is still killing me. I couldn't understand again.
Maybe someone might, which does need to be muted. Okay. Now,
okay, now.
Yeah, so yeah, my question was just like, you talked about social life and the different norms that exist. So I think you have an idea about how our current social life is. So
yes,
my question was like, do you think it's possible to have a better social life? And if yes, how? Maybe with AI? Yeah.
Well, I think AI has many possibilities, especially for older people in nurse aid. So if people or older people just need someone to talk or something like that, it's a nice interaction with not a person, but AI can be a substitute to that. So I think there are many possibilities to fill this gap for older people if the children maybe don't have time to talk too much because they are busy with their life or something like that. So yes, I think that could be a good possibility to make something good out of AI in the social life.
Yeah, it's true that so many people in general have been complaining about the impact, the negative impacts that AI can have within social life. I don't know if Ibrahim can tell us like some positive impact that AI can have on social life. Yeah.
Well, I believe that yes, of course, there are very positive impact of AI on social life, because if our social apps can tell us that which kind of a friend we are interested in, if we have some common activities together, because AI can extract such information around our friend circle that will be matched to us, to our preferences. And of course, this gives us an advantage, because we don't have to like go and search for such people who thinks like us, whose thought process is similar like us. But I am against this notion, against this definition, or against this absolute power that the AI have, that AI is trying to help me to make friends. I mean, this is something that this is really troubling for me, because we've been dealing with, I've seen the data, I've seen the results, and there is also there is always a positive impact, but the negative impact is far huge than the positive one, because there are companies who are looking at our data and they want to profit from such interactions, from such data. Even that's how the Jana actually explained that we need, whenever we interact with each other, our devices, our systems knows it, and then when they know it, there are companies that can actually impact such things. Let me share you one story. Recently it happened with me. One of my friend bought something that I'm totally not interested in, and he likes it. And now Facebook knows that I am very good friend with that person. So what Facebook did that was very astonishing to me, that Facebook started displaying me the ads of such product, which I am totally not in favor of. Like, I do not like this product, but since it knows that I'm friend with such person, so it is growing. The AI, the impact of the AI is growing. It's also impacting our social life. And it's troubling for me because I think I'm more on the negative side, because I have seen the negative impact of the AI on a social life. People are more, I believe, I'm kind of old person guy, like old school guy. I believe in one-to-one meeting, face-to-face meeting, talking to the people, sitting in a cafe, not using the social media apps to talk to the people, but just like one-to-one normal meeting. Yeah, but there are some positive impact, but these impacts are yet to be seen. Personally, I believe in a social life notion.
Thank you very much. I just want to underline the fact that it's not because someone oversees the positive impact or prefers, like, he's much more in line with the negative impact of AI, that it should be a problem. Because there was one discussion between Elon Musk and Alibaba. Just to recall, Elon Musk is the founder of SpaceX, Tesla, Neuralink, and multiple other companies. And Alibaba is one of the richest guy in China, with the founder of the Alibaba group. And Alibaba was thinking, like, human beings will always find a way to overcome AI. So for Alibaba, there's actually no great reason for being frightened against AI or something like that. But for Elon Musk, he's scared and worried about the future of AI. So, Crystal, what do you think about, what's your opinion? What's your personal opinion? Are you on the negative side, or what do you think about? Thank you.
Thank you, Fran. That's a good question and a very challenging question per se, because when we look back, I want to say like 10 years ago, my personal experience when I came, for instance, here in the US, one challenge that I had back in the time was the challenge of communicating with my family back home. So I would say now with the challenge of keeping myself connected with my friends that I left at the university, the challenge of continuing keeping my cultural values and what I believe was right for me. And when I look 10 years now and I look at how many of those aspects have improved, basically based on artificial intelligence, I feel like it's there is some good in there. There is some good in the sense that, like we defined earlier, social life as an interaction, the positive interaction that we may have with people, whether it's going to drink, whether it's chatting on a topic, whether it's sharing your concern and be heard, whether it's sharing some common passion, dealing with anxiety or problem, looking for common things to do. I can say that AI have allowed us to continue to do those things regardless of the distance. Because, for instance, look at us here today. I barely have met all of you guys on the panel, but I still feel the sense that we are somewhat connected. We are talking on a topic together without any issue, without fighting, just respecting the common rules of nature of understanding. And that being said, I would say AI had some positive aspect in our life. If you look at Facebook now, I understood what my previous co-panelist mentioned, as you end up being subjugated with advertisement on things that you maybe not like, or you may not like as much as your friends do. Well, that's one of the negative side. But the positive side on that end is, for instance, the ability to, if you look for something that you like, let's say you are shopping online and you You want to be able to buy a specific product. Knowing like things that are value to you, narrow the path of proposed item, and that allow you to be able to like pinpoint in the shortest amount of time and go straight to whatever you want to buy. So this is something that we have to also upload on the AI side. Now, talking about the negative effect, of course, one thing that comes in my mind is it's not easy to mimic human being interaction. It's not easy to mimic what humans want. And one thing that AI is currently, one of the challenges that AI is doing, especially in social life, is trying to breach the privacy. And I think that's the biggest concern for everybody, is we end up in a world where our data are not protected anymore. Our privacy is not protected anymore. Everybody who is friends with you, if they are really, I don't want to use the word smart, but if they pay close attention, they can see the trends on what their friends like. I sometimes go on Facebook, and it's funny how I can, like, based on one post of one of my friends, I can tell what is the current feeling of the person. And this is something that is not okay. And that's something that AI is giving us. So that's one thing that AI needs to think of regulating. And I think that will be one of the biggest challenge. And even if you think about rules and regulation in the world, we humans will live by laws. There are things that are accepted and things that are not accepted, and that we are somewhat aware of. Now with AI, I think there's a lot of bridge into those things. So we need to, probably us humans will have to rethink of how to create some law that can protect us. So, and I want to tap to what you say from Alibaba. We humans will always find a way to overcome artificial intelligence, although a lot of money, a lot of development is put towards trying to mimic the human being and interaction. But I will take you an example. In this social life, one common rule is the survival of the fittest. So the strongest survive, and the weaker must follow the stronger. So one thing that we have to make sure that we avoid is let robot or automation system kind of lead us. That's one thing that we have to avoid, and it's going to be very challenging in the future. It's going to be very challenging. But if we think about it, I'll take an example. It's going to be challenging for AI, for instance, to understand key interaction with human, in the sense that when a robot can be designed to do what, or to make a decision. I will take one example, like let's say you are in an automated car is driving passenger, and then you have one passenger that is crossing the road, or one person that is crossing the road, and then you are trying to the automated car will have to make a decision. Do I save that person, or do I save the people in the car? Do I go and crash against a wall and save that person, or and on the other side kill the people that I'm carrying? So those are kind of decisions that we humans we can make instantly, but those automation process or those robots may not be able to sense. So that is one thing that we are scared about.
Thank you very much, Christian. And actually, here at the Technical University Kaiserslautern, there's a professor that got from side, and she also underlined this specific question, like an automated car driving and have to choose between a mother, a grandmother, and a baby. Which one will you really choose? So I will refer myself to Jana Heinrich to ask her, Jana, do you think that artificial intelligence can sincerely improve our social life?
Improve our social life? Oh, great.
Yes.
Well, I think, of course, it can improve it. If you think you have a very shy children or something like that and don't know how to interact maybe with other people, the best way obviously would be to go to other children and just talk to them. But maybe they cannot overcome this fear of interacting with other people, and then probably an AI could be a bridge between the interacting to other people. So first helping by the AI, and then going to the other people like a teacher or something like that.
So will you say that you are optimistic about the future of social life with artificial intelligence? Or
actually, I'm open to this, because I had many lecturers that told me I have to no, not to fear AI, but it's like many people cannot look inside, and that's what people are scared of, to do not know what's happening in there. But I think we have to be open to this new object. Well, I think 20 years ago, many people are scared of the internet or something like that. And now we are just using it, and well, it has some risks, obviously, but we are humans and we are adopting the new technology, and that's what's humans being made of. And I think it's a challenge, and we have to get the right laws and have to adapt this to our lives, and then I think we can handle this and make a positive thing out of it.
Yeah, thank you very much. Ibrahim just said that he's having like the problem. In fact, he talked about the situation with his friend, that Facebook used probably collaborative intelligence to know that he might also need a product that he does not necessarily like. Ibrahim, do you think that if we improve certain aspects of artificial intelligence, then you will definitely look at it you will definitely be much more optimistic regarding its impact on social life?
Yes, I personally believe, because this is what the human can empower the machines. This is where the human can tell the machine or a system or AI that which is better for us, which is not. I mean, yes, if we work on ethics of an AI like the Vienna is working on, then of course there is a way for it, but we cannot leave this AI unattended. We have to be very careful with that. So if we set the boundaries, if we tell the AI that, okay, there are certain things that you need to be aware of, there are certain things that you're not allowed to interfere, because this is where the human beings, this is how the human beings socialize or talk to each other, or these are the sensitive topics related to the human beings. So this is where the AI can learn itself and say, okay, this is where I'm not allowed to interfere. But that's a very broader, very broad question.
Yeah.
We need to, like, it depends on the use case. If I am working on AI that is going to deal with the automated car, and I have to make a decision that accident is about to happen and I can save an old person and a baby, which one should I face? I mean, this is the question that even the human beings cannot answer, because we want to save both of them, because both of the lives are more equal to each other, and they are more important. But we cannot. If we have to make a decision, I don't think so I would be able to make a decision for one life and another, because this is not, I'm kind of a very weak person in this regard. So I mean, this is there are some boundaries that we need to set. There are some ethics that we need to set for the AI, and we will hope that the AI can follow this such ethics and boundaries. One thing that worries me is that the robots are improving every day. If you've seen the videos of like Boston Robotics, I mean, this is something that AI system exists before, and now AI has a robot, and a robot can manipulate things in our 3D real world right now. If a robot can walk up to and manipulate the environment, then that it can do anything. So before we go into that era, if you remember the famous movie called I, Robot by Will Smith, if I don't want to go into that era, but if you're going into that direction, then we need to restrict the AI, or maybe we need to teach the AI that which things are better for us, which things should be left for us to deal with. But yeah.
Yeah, I really appreciate the fact that you are all in concordance with what Yana underlined, and also Kristen, about the ethics. Before cutting down this discussion to take some questions, I would like to know, Kristen, can you give, for example, I don't know, maybe 1 or 2 ethics that that can possibly be set on in order to restrict the power of AI on social life?
Before I go into what can be restricted in order to ameliorate the power of AI, I wanted to, for the audience and for us here, for those who does not know, in over half a century ago, Isaac Asimov, which is an American writer and professor of biochemistry at the Boston University, he put forward 3 laws of robotics. And when he put the law of robotics, the first one was a robot may not injure a human being, or through inaction, allow a human being to come to harm. One of the second rules that he had was a robot must obey the orders given it by human beings, except where such order will conflict with the first law. And one of the third law was a robot must protect its own existence, as long as such protection does not conflict with the first or the second law. And then later on, he added a 4th law, which stated that a robot may not harm humanity by inaction, allow humanity to come to harm. But this does not cover all the social dilemma. That's the issue that we have. So if I may think of, let's say, some restriction or ethical rules that I want to put, one thing will be, of course, to be able to limit, to be able to protect privacy. We need to find a way to protect privacy, and also we need to. Sorry, I'm in a society of capitalism, so I would say we need to tax those companies that create robots, put like a high level taxation, because one thing that we are looking forward in the future is, and everybody's scared about it, is the replacement of human in the workforce. Meanwhile, lots of human will lose jobs, and like he mentioned earlier, if you watch iRobot, which is a movie that I actually recommend, it's very interesting, you will see that that's the biggest fear for us human. Although we have the privacy, which is one where I will enforce more rules and regulation towards that, there is the risk of us losing our employment. So in that sense, I will say let's tax those companies that are creating, that are working in AI and that are creating robots, so that they may pay more tax than human beings, and so we can still leverage we can still maintain the balance between human and AI.
Definitely. Yeah. Thank you very much, Kristen. So so now we are pretty at the end, and we will like take some questions. But just before that, Yana, can you say something, like one thing that we can take away from this conversation, from this short discussion?
Well, I think we should be aware of the consequences that AI has on our life, and especially on our social life. But I still think we need to be open to this new technology. So yes, I will think that's it.
Thank you very much. And you, Ibrahim, do you have in one sentence a takeaway?
Yes, yes, I am optimistic about the AI. I think we can use this software, this technology for our leverage. And I'm very optimistic, and I believe that in future we will be able to control this phenomena that we're dealing with right now, and we will use it for our benefits. and we would try to coexist with such technologies as we had already done with lots of other technologies. So I think there will be, there is always a light and there's a long, be optimistic all the time and hope for the best. And if something comes up, negative comes up, we will deal with it as a
Thank you
human
very
being.
much. And you, Christelle?
For me, I just want us to understand that in everything, there is a good and a bad thing. We just need to be able to maintain the proper balance. AI is amazing when you know how to use it. We need to keep ourselves informed, because that's one thing that we are missing in our community. When they hear AI, they feel like, oh, this is a complex subject and it's very difficult for us to understand it. So the average person does not really pay attention to those things. It's important, and I think you can see those on movies and there are documentaries even on Netflix talking about AI. So I would encourage people to be open, understand that there are good and bad things, and then be able to maintain the balance as much as you can.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Christian. So now we are pretty at the end. Yeah, it was a pretty straightforward talk, and thank you very much. Now we will take some questions. I saw Andreas. Andreas, do you have a question, please?
Yes, thank you, Frank. Thank you, Frank, for giving me the word. I would like to thank you all for your participation. It was very interesting. It's a very, very interesting debate. And by the way, it's very good to see you back, Christelle. And the point is, it's a quite interesting debate, but to make it, to go straight to the point, I think there is no way we can do without AI, right? So maybe this kind of debate, it can help to supervise how AI is going to, which direction it's going to take. But there's no way coming back, because there's no gain coming back, actually. There's no benefit, because it's just like the rise of internet, right? It was just a question, people would say it was just a hype, it would maybe make us vulnerable and stuff. By the end of the day, we have to, there's always a progress in the adventure of the human being on the earth. So I think this is like another big step again. I will try to tell you why I think that there is no possibility to do without AI. And with my short, with my short experience in the area of AI and stuff, I have a degree in mechanical engineering. I have a degree in mechanical engineering. It's back to more than 9 years now. And but I came to software development. Now I work actually like a software developer for electric vehicles. But I want to tell you how I end up doing software development. I had a job, a student job, when I was in TU Kaiserslautern, and I was hired by a company. They asked me that, okay, they were developing turbochargers for cars. It's like something to make the engine more powerful. And they were asking me to collect data. My job was to arrive every morning, open some Excel files, which were based on older developments, and say, okay, which degrees of which efficiency did we achieve on this one, which was the diameters. And it was like maybe hundreds of parameters that I have to collect from the past development, and trying to give every time they want to make a new one so they can compare and try to guess where they can start to dimension a new turbocharger. And by manually doing all these kind of things, I say, okay, this is not an interesting task. I just wrote a code which was collecting all the data, and it was directly also putting all the data in a database. It was very simple things with Excel. I did it with VBA. I don't know if people here know about VBA language, but it was pasting all the data in a database. And based on this database, I was creating kind of graphs. I was kind of plotting all the stuff, all the past development, so that when they have a new development, they could just come in the database and enter the new data, and directly, automatically, the program could show to the developer where he has to start developing to have the best efficiency. And obviously, I didn't know at that time that I was doing AI. I was just hearing AI, but it solved my task, and I could. And my task was a very interesting task because I didn't have to do everything manually, right? So I just think for this kind of purpose, of course, it will also impact our social life. but and it will maybe there's an afraid, okay, if everything is now automated, then we don't have a job anymore. And I think maybe we are not born to be employed, because actually, why are we employed? We are employed because it allows us to live a better life. It allows us really to live a better life, right? It's not just for being employed. And if some intelligence are created to make the wealth, right? Because anyway, there's an added value which is created by AI. If the AI create the worlds, and we can just concentrate and focus on having more free time for us, I think it's a good. It's not a disadvantage, right? So just to be short, for me, I think on my opinion, there is no way of going back. We have just to see how to adapt and how to include AI into our life. And I think one of the things that AI needs to enhance our life, to empower our life, is the data collection. And the only thing that through which AI make us vulnerable is still the data collection. So we just have to really focus on how the data are collected and how they are used. And that's, I think the matters can be solved, and we can really, regulated the impact on our social life. Thank you again for the words, and yeah.
Andy, what you say is very interesting, but at the same time, I think there are some points to think about it, because, like you say, we're never gonna go back. Let's think about when we say AI, sometimes, like you say, people will think that it's something bigger or out of the range. Even in our home, I would say the little mother back in the day who used to grind tomatoes on a little rock, a little stone. Now she's using a robot. She's using a Moulinex or something like that to be able to do that faster. So that is an example of the trend that we are not going to go back. But again, there's still some challenging points, because when you say we'll have some free time, science have proven us in these years, even in this challenging time that we are facing, that we are going through the COVID, that more idle time for humans is not necessarily good, because humans need to be busy. They need to be interacting. They need to be working. There are so many things that they need to do. So if they have more free time, there is more issue. Like there are more wars, there are more civil wars, there are more civil march, there are more cause that they will try to defend. So you have to, and that's why I still go back to my point that we have to embrace it, but we have to maintain the balance. And us as humans, we have to overthink and see, okay, how can we position ourselves in the future years to come, while AI will be able to do those things, will be able to replace us human, will be able to control some of the society bias. So we need to be able to adjust in that sense in the future. Thank you.
Thank you again. Just to react to what you have said, I completely agree that it can happen that, okay, we don't have some employment anymore, but we will have others. For example, in my case, if I come back to my example, my job was to make like copy paste. So, but what I did is like I created a software, and my job, but I still had a job. My job was not to make copy paste again, but the software doing it for me, and I was taking care of the software. And after me, they could automatically use the software to directly develop, to make directly the precision. I mean, like to predict the prediction of the sizing of the compressor. But they hire another student after me to still take care of the software. So at the end of the day, there was no employment loss. You understand what I mean? So I think it's going to create other kind of jobs, and maybe jobs that are maybe more interesting, more challenging, and which push people maybe to another level of their own development. I think for me, I would really say, okay, let's just go through it, and we will find.
Let's just embrace it, right?
Yes.
Exactly. That's the beauty of human being. That's the beauty of human being. We end up just using our intelligence to always go through the challenges that we are currently facing. Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Survive. We're gonna survive. Again, thank you. That's all for me. Thank you very much to all of you.
I don't know if anybody got a chance to see the first completely robot restaurant in, I believe, in China. Like, it's all robot process. The chief is a robot, the servers are robots, and people just come and sit down and enjoy themselves. It's really it's really interesting.
Yeah. So Sijan, can you ask your question and then we move forward?
Sure. Thank you very much. It's a very interesting talk today we have. I have questions somehow similar to the discussions we had at the very beginning. Like, people are feeling very much happy to use these days so many new platforms, like I would say social media mostly, and then shopping sites, people, because those are their daily life very much associated, right? So they are somehow bound to use those platforms, I would say, because family members are using it, and then they somehow need to use it to make sure they will be in connection with the other person in the family. But as we also know that these platforms are gathering our data in daily basis, like how we use those platforms as a whole is kind of a human model they are trying to develop inside the platform, so that we won't feel awkward throughout the time to use the platform. And there are some sort of people who are very much reluctant to use because of those consent and the terms and conditions. Do you think there is still a way for those companies, to make those sort of platform more easier for those all who want to use it, and then following the social norms so that it won't violate some of the issues that we have these days? Please, one of you can answer this.
Yeah, nice question. I don't know what to Yana or Iban, what you think about?
Maybe can you repeat the question?
Okay, so I can jump to the last question part where I was saying even people are reluctant to use some of the platforms because of this consent and the terms and conditions part. How should we make that the platform in a way to improve so that it can follow some sort of social norms and people feel more comfortable to use it? Do you think there is a way to convince people that it may not be the harmful, or I mean, there is no way we can engage all the people in the platform?
I think we cannot force the people to use such platforms. That the people follow the trend. If the trend goes into that direction, when everyone around me is using such platform, then eventually I will start using such platforms. But but the trend also follows by certain decisions, by, like, if for example, let's just say if I don't use the Snapchat. I've never used the Snapchat. I don't know how it works. I don't want to use it, but all of the people around me are using it, and they're sharing their thoughts and all their activities, daily activities, on a Snapchat. And today I was thinking maybe I would start using again, because I will start not using again, but I will start using because my friends are using, and this is something that that I'm being influenced by the social norm around me because of the people. And if a social media app or any platform can impact social norm, then most of the people will follow it. There will be some people that will try to resist, and like myself, I try to resist most of the social media apps. But I think you cannot 100% convince the people that you should be on that platform. There are certain percentages, like 60 to 70 to 80%. Even 7 billion population, if 80% people are on a platform, then it's a win-win situation for the advertisement companies and all other the negative companies that are there preying on our data. So but to come up with a solution that says, okay, we need to have some boundaries for the AI. This is where the ethics team comes into.
But I have a question, actually. Why do you want everyone to be on one platform? normally it's free to use, of course, but why should everyone be on an online platform?
Yeah, yes, that's a nice follow-up question there, because what happened is the recent story of my own parents that even they don't use most of the thing. I'm being far from them. I try to connect with them using one of the platforms. So, but in general, that if I choose any other things rather than whatever they are trying to understand, maybe let's say Facebook or something, then it would be much harder for me to create my own circle on the another platform. So I want to focus all circles to be in a single platform so that it would be much easier for me to connect. So that's my opinion. But like Zulfikar says, I think that we cannot force them to come into the same circle, but we somehow I feel like they're supposed to be the way so that
Yes, I see it, but I actually don't have a problem while using Snapchat with one group of friends and using Facebook with another. It's like a different kind of communication, and it's like some people like the one side more and one other the others. So I don't think it's bad using different platforms to stay together.
There is nothing bad to you like using such platforms. If my needs can be fulfilled by one platform or two, then I don't need to go to the next platform to like just to.
Well, normally it's just one click in the app and you're changed.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, and
But I'm against producing so much data for the company, so that's why I myself to one.
That's my issue as well. Yeah.
Yeah, because I've seen
and
it.
I was about to say.
I was literally, let me tell you, I'm working in a Fraunhofer as a data analyst, and we built a hardware device which can control the electricity management of a house. So, for example, let's just say if your EV car, electric vehicle car, or any other appliances is connected to the main system, then I can tell that which system is being used more as compared to the other. For example, I can tell that on weekends the electricity consumption is higher, more heat pumps are used, more EV cars are being charged. So that means that you guys are at home, and if there's a party going on at home, I can tell there's a party going on by just looking at the number of connected appliances and number of connected cell phones. And this data, I personally saw the data, and I saw the companies begging us to give such data under some circumstances, or because they want to get some insight out of from that such data, and they could sell their products to them.
That's really
and it's really scary, because I saw it myself, and I was like really scared, because now they know which appliances or which devices we are using in home at our own home, and they are into it. So that's the scary part. That's where I always tell people, okay, it's the modern age, you cannot stop yourself. Just try to restrict restrict yourself to generate less data for the team, for other companies.
There's one important information that I would like to share, is that we are trying our best to also provide a networking session, like it happens at evening time. So there's a networking session where if you have time at the end of today's agenda, you can be there. We can network all together. Now we are at the end of the discussion. Thank you very much to the guests. That was really amazing. So if anyone have any further questions, he can just wait at the networking session and ask his or her question. I would like to announce you that organizing this event was not easy for us, especially to have the price of participants. Like we offered €200 for the best team, €100 for the second best team. So, but there's one company who accepted to sponsor this prize completely. So for the first and for the second team, and that was so amazing. And that's our main sponsor. I would like and allowed Jeriel to introduce the company. Thank you very much, Jeriel.
Hi guys. The companies you give the sponsor is the General Agentur Sascha Ackermann und Mrs. Misko, Tatiana Misko will make some presentation from the enterprise.
Then we can just say that, Tatiana, you have the word. Thank you for being there.
Hallo, hört man mich?
Ja.
Ja, okay, super. Hallo auch mal von meiner Seite an alle, die mitgemacht haben. Ich freue mich, euch auch hier begrüßen zu dürfen. Mein Name ist Tatjana Misko und ich gehöre zum Team der Generalagentur Sascha Ackermann. Und ich freue mich, euch heute unsere Agentur vorstellen zu dürfen. So. Moment. So. Genau, das ist unsere Agentur. Was machen wir? Wir sind eine Agentur und beraten Kunden, wenn es um das Thema Versicherungen geht, und gehören zu der Versicherungskammer Bayern. Wir versichern alles von Personen bis zu Sachversicherungen wie Wohngebäude, Kfz und betreuen Privatkunden, Gewerbekunden, auch staatliche, öffentlich-rechtliche Institutionen und bieten allen Kunden eine Palette von Produkten an, angefangen von der normalen, einfachen privaten Haftpflichtversicherung, die für jeden sowieso von Relevanz ist, bis zu Lebensversicherung, Krankenversicherung, also alles mit dabei. Was ist für uns wichtig für unsere Agentur, ist auf jeden Fall die Innovativität von der Vorgehensweise. Wir beraten nicht nur auch mit Blatt Papier, sondern auch mit innovativen Tools und auch in einer Online-Beratung, sodass wir auch deutschlandweit die Kunden erreichen können. Wichtig ist für uns auch die Ehrlichkeit und Transparenz in der Beratung und dass der Kunde auch sich wohlfühlt in dem, was er erzählt bekommt, beziehungsweise dass er auch seine Fragen, die er hat, auch beantwortet bekommt. Wir beraten unsere Kunden persönlich, betreuen sie auch persönlich und wachsen mit den Kunden zusammen. Der Service, den wir für den Kunden bieten, ist einmal die komplette Beratung in jedem Versicherungspunkt, also wirklich alles, seitdem es ein Kind ist, bis zum Studium, bis zum Arbeitnehmer, aber auch Selbstständiger. Jede Beratung verläuft individuell, das heißt auch bedarfsgerecht, an die Wünsche und Ziele des Kunden orientiert. Wir bieten auch Hilfestellungen, soll der Kunde auch bei einer anderen Gesellschaft versichert sein, bieten wir trotzdem die Hilfestellung und prüfen die Versicherungen für ihn, dass sie auch korrekt sind, beziehungsweise auch die Wünsche erfüllen, die der Kunde auch vorher hatte. Was wir als Agentur bieten können, ist nämlich die nachhaltige Betreuung. Wir freuen uns, mit dem Kunden zusammenzuwachsen. Auch die Verträge werden an die Lebensphase des Kunden angepasst, sodass auch hier aber eine Entwicklung mit dem Kunden zusammen erlebt wird. Wir haben uns als Agentur rund um Vorsorgethemen spezialisiert, also Altersvorsorge unter anderem, private Versicherungen und auch auf Beamtenversicherungen. Unser ITler Jerel wie du, der hat mit uns ganz schön viel zu tun gehabt in den letzten Monaten, hat mit uns einen schönen Tool für die Beamten mitprogrammiert. Da sind wir auch sehr dankbar für ihn dafür. Und da werden wir noch auf jeden Fall noch viel weiter mit ihm einiges noch programmieren müssen und haben einiges noch vor, uns einfach weiterhin zu entwickeln. Wir sind für viele Kunden auch vor Ort Ansprechpartner. Das heißt, wir haben beide Agenturen, einmal in Bad Dürkheim und in Frankenthal. Wir wollen noch weiter expandieren und planen noch weitere Eröffnungen von mehreren Agenturen, die wir übernehmen. Und wir sitzen nicht nur im Büro mit den Kunden zusammen, das heißt, der Kunde kommt nicht nur zu uns, sondern wir sind auch froh, dass wir zu den Kunden rausfahren dürfen und können, dass der Kunde vor Ort bei sich zu Hause auch die Beratung, komplette Unterlagen auch und kompletten Service auch zu Hause bekommt. Wir unterstützen die Kunden auch sollten die einen Schaden haben, sodass der Kunde eigentlich minimal an Aufwand für sich hat und wir übernehmen für ihn die ganze Arbeit sozusagen. Sehen hier nochmal unsere beiden Standorte in Bad Dürkheim, da komme ich her aktuell. Frankenthal ist meine zweite Agentur und die Beamtenversicherungsseite haben wir zusammen mit dem Jerel Bidou entwickelt. Die ist aktuell bei uns am Laufen und am Starten. Und sollte jemand von euch noch Fragen haben, kann uns gerne anrufen. Also wir sind für jeden Ohr offen und können jedem gerne helfen.
Wow. Vielen lieben Dank auf jeden Fall. Also ich hatte erstmal persönlich eine erste Frage. Sie haben ja erwähnt, dass Sie quasi Studenten betreuen.
Ja.
Wie betreuen Sie bitte Studenten?
Die Studentenbetreuung verläuft so, dass auch diese bekommen Komplettberatung von uns. Das heißt, wir schauen, welche Versicherungsaspekte er braucht, der Student. Zum Beispiel wohnt der Student in Deutschland und hat auch deutsche Wurzeln, sage ich mal. Dann ist er meistens noch bei der Eltern allein mit der privaten Haftpflicht versichert. Kommt er von außerhalb, dann braucht er eine eigene private Haftpflichtversicherung. Da fängt es schon wieder an. Und wir begleiten die Kunden, die Studenten so weit, dass er auch weiß, okay, ich bin jetzt fertig mit meinem Studium, ich brauche weitere Absicherung, zum Beispiel auch die betriebliche Altersvorsorge, wo der Chef, auch der Arbeitgeber, schon den Arbeitnehmer mit unterstützt. Also wir beraten sie so weit, dass der Student, unser Kunde sozusagen, weiß, zu welchem Zeitpunkt ich welche Absicherung brauche, beziehungsweise welche Vorteile ich davon habe, sie früher oder auch später abzuschließen.
Wow. Und noch eine Bitte, also in Richtung von Haftpflichtversicherung, ist es so, dass man sich bei euch auch Haftpflicht versichern kann oder betreuen Sie einfach nur?
Nee, bei uns, wir bieten Produkte, eine große Palette von privater Haftpflicht bis zu Krankenzusatzversicherung. Verdient jemand sehr viel Geld über die Beitragsbemessungsgrenze, bekommt er von uns auch private Krankenversicherung. Also von allem, Unfallversicherung, Kfz-Versicherung, private Haftpflicht, Lebensversicherung, Berufsunfähigkeitsversicherung, also da ist ein Stapel nach oben bis zum geht nicht mehr, was man alles haben kann. Jedoch beraten wir bedarfsgerecht, das heißt, was der Kunde braucht zu diesem Zeitpunkt, bekommt er auch von uns empfohlen. Und dann liegt es in der Hand des Kunden, des Studenten, einfach zu sagen, okay, ich kann mich jetzt zum Beispiel auch eine Krankenzusatzversicherung abschließen, zum Beispiel eine Anwartschaft, und sichere jetzt meinen Gesundheitszustand, dass ich später mich privat krankenversichern kann zum Beispiel. Das wissen nicht viele Studenten, aber auf diese Punkte, diese kleinen Kniffligkeiten weisen wir die Studenten hin.
Wow. Ja, vielen Dank. Also ich glaube, von meiner Seite habe ich schon viele Informationen dazu. Also ich weiß nicht, wer hat bitte mal einfach mal eine Frage oder so, kann gerne stellen. Danke.
Auch wenn jemand später Frage hat, kann uns gerne anrufen oder schreiben per E-Mail.
Genau.
Da antworten wir gerne, ist gar kein Problem.
Genau, die Daten sind auch sogar verfügbar. So, ja. Also ansonsten ist auf jeden Fall, bedanken wir uns auf jeden Fall. Vielleicht habe ich das auch, oder soll ich auch das ein bisschen erzählen. Also wir organisieren hier ja, und das ist das NASA Space Challenge für das erste Mal, das hier in Rheinland-Pfalz auch, beziehungsweise Kaiserslautern stattfindet und so. Und wir haben auch einen Rahmen vom Programm, das Sie wahrscheinlich auf die Homepage oder so auch gesehen haben und so. Ja. Und ich hoffe, dass es Ihnen bzw. euch auch Spaß macht. Ja. Und Dankeschön nochmal für die Präsentation.
Vielen, vielen Dank euch.
Dankeschön. So. So thank you very much again. So it was a period of time talking in German. So I hope you appreciate it. As I see on our program, currently we are having a couple of times free. So especially we have like 50 minutes free because at 4 p.m. there's a very, very amazing interview, talk, speech regarding how to find heavy and working student jobs in Germany. So before I allow you to take a break and rest, I just want to underline the fact that here in Germany, and especially in Kaiserslautern, when you're studying, it's very important, besides studies, to try to pay your bills, to try to gain experience, to try to succeed. And in order to pay your bills and also work in a company to gain experience, you need to find a company. You need to find a job. I think most of you who are students here can hear me. So there will be a talk on it in exactly like 50 minutes from now. And that talk will definitely be really amazing. It's from Laura. So I advise you now to just take a break, go and take some fresh air, drink something, and see you in 50 minutes. But if you are participants to the NASA Space App Challenge, then I invite you to continue working on your challenges, since the deadline is tomorrow, and it's important for you to submit your projects in order to be eligible for global nominees. So thank you very much, and see you in 50 minutes. So thank you. Hello, everyone. Hello. I just tried to have some light. So thank you very much for being there to the NASA Space Art Challenge Kaiserslautern. So as you can see, very soon we will start with the next interesting thing we have for you, and mostly for students. So it's about how to find heavy or working student jobs in Germany. Like I said previously before, around 15 minutes ago, it's very important, besides studies, to somehow work for a company to gain experience to pay your bills, especially for international students. So I will just profit some few seconds to tell you a bit about my short stories. So actually, when I came here in Germany 5 years ago, I realized that there was no more great mean to ask for my parents to pay for my studies, you see. So because my parents living in Cameroon, and if they were supposed to pay for my studies, it would really cost them a fortune. So I saw that the best way for me was to work hard and try to work besides studies in a company, like try to get a student job. It was not easy. I started working in restaurants and then in factories and others, doing a bit hard work, until I realized that it was possible for me to use my skills of computer science and then find a job in as a developer in an IT company. So I applied 50 times and I was rejected in all those companies. And you can just check on this article. There's an article that is available where you can also read about that experience. It was a very difficult period of time. It was a very difficult time where I just asked myself, how could I do in order to make the solution like possible? So here you can actually see that on this article, you can see that it's a true story. So I applied 50 times to companies and I was rejected everywhere, and until I was accepted by a company in Mannheim, so which accepted me, and that is how I could pay my bills, like my apartment and everything, my food, besides studies. So I think some of you also have this, or also face the same situation. And in that case, we have prepared a time for you where we have invited an expert who will actually share with you some tricks about how you can actually find such students' jobs besides studies, so that you will rapidly find a job and not apply like 100 times and so on. Yeah, so we are starting in like 7 minutes. So, and I hope you are prepared. You can take a cup of water and then join us on board and prepare yourself for the talk. Thank you very much. And I profit, since we still have some 3 minutes, to tell you that throughout the process of finding a job besides studies, I joined one amazing organization that we call Startup Gate. So if you look at my background, you just look the rocket going upward, then you can understand that you are definitely at Startup Gate, which is blue, and I hope you appreciate it. It's an association of students who actually wants to become like game changers, I would say so. So it is true that they also accept students who want to become entrepreneur, but I prefer to say game changer, because you can still be a scientist in any company, in any research company, and you innovate. You bring out something that is totally different. And to be honest, I learned a lot being at Startup Gate until today. So there's a time for networking. So don't worry, after the meeting, there is a time for networking. Like after 5 p.m. we will previously have that time, maybe at 7 or something like that. And at that time, we can share our experience, because we will also like to learn from you. So very soon we will start in just like 2 minutes or something like that. Our next guest is already there, Laura, who will actually present you something interesting, and especially for students. So just hold on. We can't hear you, Laura. We can still hear you, but there's still time. So we can still hear you. No.
Now better?
Now it's going on.
Okay.
We still have like 1 minute just for people to connect on the live stream on YouTube or to join the meeting. And also for people who are in breakout rooms who would like to attend, to just come on before going back to breakout rooms, because there are crazy guys in breakout rooms walking. So anytime from now, Constantine, when you think that we can start, Then we will obviously start.
So, okay, it's time. So, hi, I will share my screen. 1 second. I'm not able to share my screen now. No, not possible to share.
You can maybe try to join back the meeting, and maybe it might be
Okay,
better.
1 second.
So we are still on time, so there is no problem, obviously. Are we still on time, Konstantin?
Yes, we are 1 minute plus, but this is basically no problem.
Yeah.
So we are facing some technical problems here. Please be patient. We start in a few minutes.
For sure. So let's just wait for Laura so that she's ready. So just be patient. You can decide to watch it on YouTube on the live stream, or you can also join the meeting. It's a very important moment, especially for students. So let's just be patient.
So, let's go. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we
Yeah.
can.
Yeah. So today
we cannot see your screen. Can you share it back?
Yeah. But no. So now?
Yeah.
Yeah. So today I want to tell you something about how you can search for a PhD or a working student job in Germany. For this, I want to tell you something about the difference between being a PhD or a working student, and then quite general different salary models of being a student worker. And then I want to show you some ways of finding a job in Kaiserslautern. So let's start. The difference between being a PhD or a working student is not that much as it seems. So first, a PhD is the short form of Hilfswissenschaftler. That's the translation of being a student research assistant. And a PhD works in university environment, so for a chair or an institute or in a lab, something like this. And the PhD supports activities like teaching or research, and in some cases, not that often, administrative activities. So a big plus.
If you are changing slides, we are not seeing. Maybe can you put it in presentation mode by tapping F5?
Yeah, you can see my presentation now.
We can see. Konstantin, what do you think? Can you see everything?
I see the very first slides and open PowerPoint
Yeah, me too.
layout.
Okay. That's strange because I started presentation. So
can you press F5 so that you have it in the presentation mode?
yeah, I have. So better?
You can just click through the slides manually, and we can still see it. It's just not open the full presentation mode.
Yeah. So okay, I don't know why. Can see it now?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Then I start again. So the HIWI is a short form of Hilfswissenschaftler. That's the translation of student research assistant. And the HIWI works in university environment. So for a chair in an institute or for a lab. And normally the HIWI supports activities like teaching or research, and in some cases, not that often, but it's possible administrative activities. And a big plus for being a HIWI, there are possibilities for subsequent thesis, so you can write your project work or your bachelor and master thesis, or perhaps your PhD there. You know the people and you know topics, so perhaps there's a chance. You have to know that being a HIWI means that you earn the same money. It's bound by a collective agreement, and it's not possible to ask for more money. Then the difference for a working student, it's quite general, a student job outside university, and it doesn't matter which industry you want to choose. Realistically, it's possibly every employment. And sometimes you can use your knowledge of university, but you can also do something quite different. Yeah, the salary is flexible and sometimes negotiable, so it's a little bit more free. A big plus also is you can stay in the student health insurance and you have a simplified taxation. I will tell more about this in the following slide. So, in quite general, it's very quite general. If you want to know more about this, you have to do your research. There are different salary models. One possibility is you earn less than 450 euros in a month. It's called mini job in Germany. The time you have to work in a month is depending on the salary per hour. You are not allowed to earn more than 450 euros, but if you have a job with a good salary, you have to work less. Yeah. In this model, you don't have to pay security taxes or income taxes, so everything you earn is for you. And you also have to know that you have the same labor law. Labor law applies as for all employees, so you have vacation, you have protection against dismissal or salary replacement in case of sickness for 6 weeks. The next model is you earn more than 450 euros in a month, then you're allowed to work a maximum of 20 hours a week during the semester. There are exceptions while semester break or for weekends. You have to do your research if you're interested in this. But you have to know that you have to pay pension insurance then. You have to pay income taxes to a level of, I don't know, 9,000 euro a year, I think. And you have the possibility to stay in the student health insurance as well, but it's not possible to stay in the family insurance. If you're thinking about it, you have to ask yourself, it's possible to work that much because it's time you have to work and it's time you have less for studies or for you. And the next thing, if you're not a German citizen, you have to know if you're allowed to work that much. So, now, let's go. I want to show you some ways of finding a job in Kaiserslautern. The first thing you can do, Here on the right, you see the landing page of the Studienwerk's homepage, and they offer different kind of jobs or also internships. It's only for students. You have to show your student card, and there are jobs well paid and with no salary, so you have to click a little bit. You can get further information during the opening hours. The contact dates you find there on the homepage, and they don't do consultations by mail or phone, so you have to go there. Next thing, TU Kaiserslautern offers a Hiwi-Stellenbörse. It's like a board for Hiwis jobs in the university environment of TU Kaiserslautern. It's currently unavailable, but perhaps next week we can search there. There are offers from chairs and institutes, labs, and also facilities like the Student Service Center. It's also for students of the TU Kaiserslautern, and I think also for students of the Hochschule, and it's frequently updated, so if you want to take up with option. So. Next thing, as you know, I work as a student research assistant at Fraunhofer IESE, so here's a little ad break. We also offer jobs. We means IESE and ICWM. We have the Fraunhofer portal you can see on the right. Yesterday we had 6 offers online. It's also possible to be proactive. So if you want a job there, you can write. Yeah, you also can see the www.iese.fraunhofer.de and the jobs, the link. If you're interested, you're invited to look there. And blog terminated. Next thing is the employment agency. In German, it's called Agentur für Arbeit. You can do an online search, and it's for free. It's also available in English and Arabic. And as you might see there, you can search for many things. Not being a Werkstudent, that's the translation of working student. You can search wherever you want. You can choose a location. Yeah, there are various divisions, contract types to find for internships. It's also a good idea to look for something at the Arbeitsamt because the industry often offers there. Next thing, it's quite easy, but you have to remember is job boards. There are different job boards in Germany. Frequently used is Indeed or Stepstone, but you can also search many more. So it's also a good idea to not to choose only one. So if you're interested in being employee, more than one. Next thing, it's quite easy. It's a bulletin board. They are at university or sometimes in shopping centers or wherever you want to. They offer various jobs and apartments, private tutoring or sales or many things as you might see there on picture. They are not always inclusive of the work conditions, so you don't know how much you can earn or have to work in an hour, in a week. Be proactive. Write them or phone or go there. The TU Kaiserslautern also offers a bulletin board. You can find it at the Mensa entrance. It's currently, due to the pandemic, the only entrance. It's on the left side. So you can search for jobs, or if you're looking for an apartment or something, go there. It's quite easy, and sometimes you can find something there that's not online, perhaps apartments. So, and now, last but not least, it's quite easy and also quite difficult to find a job there at university. you can ask the supervisor if you had good experience with him or her. Perhaps you have already written your bachelor thesis or a project work or something. Then ask him or her for a following job after your thesis. So you have already worked in topic and you know the team. So perhaps, why not? Next possibility, if you like a lecture or a tutorial and you want to continue working in the topic and your accent was quite good, so ask your prof or a person in charge proactively for a job. Perhaps they are looking for people to tutorials for the next semester or for a lab. Ask them. And quite easy, ask your fellow students how they got their jobs. Perhaps they know something about jobs in the team. Yeah, that's my little presentation. I hope you know a little bit more about how to find a job. Do you have questions or want to know something more?
Thank you very much, Laura, for your presentation. I'm currently reading a comment on our Facebook page, and one person is asking, for example, how can we do in order to get a job at Fraunhofer while being a student?
While being a student at Fraunhofer?
Yeah.
We offer the job board at diesel.fraunhofer.com. I can show you the link now. And there are different kind of jobs. There are jobs for employees, various ways, and for newbies. The jobs I showed you, they are easy offer jobs, easy job offers. So if you're interested, you can search online, or perhaps it's nothing for you, but you are interested as well, you can write there.
All right. Thank you very much. So I will just type the reply in the Facebook so that the person can have the reply. Yeah. Are there other questions?
Seems like everyone's starting to looking for a job right away.
Yeah. May I have a personal question? Is it possible to, in fact, like while being a student, like how can we do to manage, for example, studies and heavy job from your experience?
Oh, yeah, it depends. I think you have to know you have a workload for study. So, and then you have some time remaining for hobbies or for you, and you have to discuss by yourself if you want to earn or if you have to earn that much money and you have less time for other things or not. And if you decide to be a full-time working student, then you have to organize. You have to organize, and perhaps you can talk to your supervisor for 3 times, or you can work at weekends, or whatever you want to, but you have to plan. You have to plan to organize, and it's not possible to say, oh, no, today, no. So, yeah, but it's possible.
Yeah.
If you're an organized person, then it's definitely possible.
Yeah. Do you think that there are a lot of jobs in Kaiserslautern, for example, for students, as compared to other cities like Mannheim, Stuttgart, or?
it depends on the topic, I think. If you want to work as a PhD, it's in every university you can search or type for a job. But if you want to work in a specific topic, then you have to be good in your studies, I think.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
the person has to be good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I don't know if someone else is having a question. Yeah.
But thank you for our invitation and good luck for the challenge.
Yeah, thank you very much. Participants are they are in breakout rooms. They are working hard on the project. So yeah, thank you very much too.
Yeah, thank you and have a nice evening.
Thank you very much, Laura, and thank you for the talk.
Thank you. Bye.
Goodbye. So actually, that was the talk on how you can easily do to get a job. So I hope it will help you. If you miss the talk, no problem. There is the live stream on YouTube and you can check it back. So currently in between, we have no more huge event or something special. So participants are working in breakout homes. That is why they are not really available now. So, but we are just here, so we can make like a small networking. So if you want to discuss with us, if you want to ask to Sijan Constantine how they did to organize this event or anything, just put on your camera. We can network for short. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. I guess we can stop the live stream for now.